Okay, we're about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, participants, and audience joining us online, it is my honor to officially welcome you to IPAN Interdisciplinary Perspective on Anorexia and Nervosa. This is our first IPAN conference, and I'm thrilled that we had the chance to concretize this project, and I hope that we will have the chance to start a new tradition right here in Bologna. So my name is Paola Vernillo, by the way, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Bologna and co-organizer together with Gloria Gagliardi of today's event. So let me say just a few words about my colleague, Gloria. Gloria is supporter number 1 of this conference, and she's a force of nature, and without her, this conference would have not been possible. So today we have a lineup of excellent international speakers. We will welcome 17 presenters, 3 keynotes, 6 oral presentations, 8 posters from 7 countries and 3 continents. I'm sure that all of you today are going to be inspired with all these talks and presentation, and I hope that it will be an amazing, incredible day for all of us. But before kicking off the conference, I have to say thank you to so many people. And first, I want to start with our speakers for taking part in this event. Trust me when I say that the quality of speakers and of contribution we receive is just like impressive. And I want to start by thanking our keynote speakers, Professor Massimo Cuzzolaro, right here, Professor Laura Cariola, connected from Glasgow, and Serena Mazzini. She will be arriving very soon. And I thank you for accepting this invitation to participate in this event. I would also like to extend a special thanks to all the others who will contribute with their ideas, their projects, their expertise to the success of this event. And I would also like to acknowledge the scientific committee, in particular Marianna Bolognesi, Vittoria Guteri, Caterina Mauri, Antonia Parmigiani, and Jacopo Bruccoli, as they all work together on different ways, on different levels to bring this conference to you. I would also like to thank Professor Nicola Grandi, Director of the Department of Classical Philology and Italian Study here in Bologna. Let me also thank and recognize our sponsors, the Department of Classical Philology and Italian Studies and RAM Association. And I thank them for their financial support and for making this event possible. And of course, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for being here today and for connecting remotely from home. I really hope you are looking forward to this conference, this discussion as much as I am. But now I think I should give the stage, should leave the floor to Professor Nicola Grandi, because we will have institutional greetings. So I leave you the floor.
Thank you. Just a few words, and to thank all of you for being here, for physically here and remotely. And a big thank is due to Gloria Gagliardi and Paola Vernillo for organizing this meeting, which is part of I can say, a strategy of development of our department, which is Department of Classical Philology and Italian Studies, but which is opening also to new research areas, even if the name of the department do not represent them. But we cannot change the name of the department because we have the score of Dipartimento di Eccellenza, and when you win the Dipartimento di Eccellenza, you cannot change your name. But this is an important step of this strategy of development of the whole department, and specifically of the area of linguistics and language sciences. these strategies began by bringing back Gloria to Bologna, and then went on with our first degree master in clinical linguistics, and next year with the new master course in linguistics, etc., etc. So I believe very much in this research area, and I hope that this meeting can be an opportunity for all of you to start new research interactions. So thank you again to all of you, and to Gloria and Paola for organizing this wonderful Congress. And of course, as I usually say, I apologize for not being able to attend all the conference and all the meeting, but I have to go back to the department because in a few minutes I have another meeting for a PNRR, etc., etc., etc. But I will be back later, at least for lunch. Thank you very much.
So before starting, I would like to ask you to respect 1 minute of silence for all the victims of the flood that devastated large areas of the region. So before going on, I think that we will help like a minute of respect for victims here in Emilia-Romagna. So back to the conference. What do we expect to get out of this event today? The goal today, I would say that it is not to present a single vision nor an hyper-specialistic point of view on today's main topic, but rather to give you a larger panoramic, multidisciplinary perspective on eating disorders in general and anorexia nervosa in particular. So let me say that this conference, I guess, is all about anorexia nervosa, and it's all about connections among different research fields, different experts from the academia, from outside academia, but all these researchers look at the same topic from different viewpoints. And our main goal is that to bring together these experts, these scholars, and to provide an environment for dialogue and integration, research integration. But before getting started, I feel like I have to tell you more about the history of the event. So what's the story of IPAN? I would say that the story of IPAN is the story of our research grant, because Gloria Gagliardi and I, 1 year ago, participated in sort of national competition organized by RAM, which is Research and Applying Metaphors Association based in UK. And although we usually are not very much for competitions, we decided to participate with our project on metaphors titled "How About Metaphors for Dinner? A Digest of Metaphorical Conceptualization in Toana Communities." So this project aimed at searching, reconstructing the metaphorical imagery that hides behind the narrative, or live narrative, of people affected by anorexia nervosa. So we wanted to search for conceptual metaphors, how these people anorectic individuals reconstruct their imagery, their eating experience. So we actually won the research grant, and from that we started working on this project, and we connected this project to another project Professor Gayati was already working on. It's an Alma project, and it's semantic biomarker of anorexia nervosa. This second project was more focused on linguistic changes in anorexia nervosa. So linguistic changes is a key expression here, because as we state in our call for papers, although anorexia nervosa from a psychopathological perspective has been well defined in the literature. So we know that it's a psychopathological gender disorder characterized by dysfunctional routines such as food deprivation, obsessive weight control. And although we know that another side of this psychopathological disorder is the fact that it creates anxiety, perfectionism, and other kind of specific aspects are very related to this kind of psychopathological disorder. But we do not really know the picture, the linguistic picture from the linguistic point of view. So I would say that the frame here is very blurred, and we do not have data. Because it is true that in the last years, many research studies have been conducted on many clinical conditions, for example, Alzheimer, Parkinson, autism. But actually, when we look at the studies carried out in this specific field with this specific focus, like we do not have data. So we started thinking we should work on this side. I think that we can, starting with metaphors and also checking with other linguistic aspects like biomarkers, semantic biomarker aspects of anorexia nervosa, we can maybe try to enlarge this panoramic on anorexia nervosa. So today, we want to build on this awareness and start from there. What about today's agenda? I don't know if you took the brochure at the entrance, but as you can see on the program, there will be 3 plenaries, 4 sessions with specific subtopics, and 1 parallel poster session. And we also planned a coffee break, tea break at 11:30, and a 90-minute lunch break. However, I mean, you can just read the brochure for specific. I don't want to steal time for this. But now to get things started, I think that I would like to introduce our very first guest for our first plenary. So it is my very pleasure and honor to leave the floor to Professor Parmigiani, Antonia Parmigiani, who is Associate Professor at the Department of Medical and Surgical Sciences, Adjunct Professor at the Department of Education Studies, and Head of Scuola di Specializzazione Neuropsichiatria Infantile. Professor Parmigiani will personally introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Massimo Cuzzolaro, so I will not say a word. So please join me welcoming Professor Parmigiani, our first chairperson, and Professor Cuzzolaro. Professor Parmigiani, the floor is yours. Professor Cuzzolaro, please, with me.
Thank you, Paola. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased and honored to present Professor Massimo Cuzzolaro, that he is the first speaker of this Congress, IPAN. Professor Cuzzolaro is the supervisor of the multidisciplinary team of our regional center for feeding and eating disorder in developmental age, and contact professor at the postgraduate school of child neuropsychiatry that I lead. He is a psychiatrist who has directed an outpatient service for eating disorder and obesity at the Department Medical Physiopathology of Policlinico Umberto I, University of Rome La Sapienza, until the time of his retirement. For over 30 years, he taught psychiatry and clinical psychology at the University of Rome La Sapienza, and he currently teaches as a contract professor in university master's programs. He was among the founders, and he was also president of the Italian Society for the Study of Eating Disorders. Professor Cuzzolaro has produced 350 scientific publications, among them 12 books concerning psychiatry and clinical psychology. He founded and edited for 25 years the journal Eating and Weight Disorder of Springer Nature. Today, Professor Cuzzolaro will talk about anorexia nervosa as a counter metamorphosis. Please.
Thank you very much, Antonia. I would like to thank all the organizers for the invitation that I especially appreciated because of the interdisciplinary nature of this event and the originality of the topics brought to the table. The invitation was also an opportunity for me to learn about and read the fine book edited by Laura Carriola on eating disorders in public discourse. This book, through a language-based analysis, first explores the ways in which eating disorders are narrated by sufferers and the media. Then it studies the influence of the media on those with eating disorders and the use of the media that many of them make. My contribution to this study day will be focused specifically on anorexia nervosa, but to get there, I will start from a distance. I will offer a quick wander around 3 words: obesity, puberty, and metamorphosis. I wonder if these words also appear in the book just mentioned. One of them, obesity, recurs very often. The other 2, however, very rarely. Puberty twice and metamorphosis once, only once. These 2 words, somewhat obsolete, clearly figure little in current public discourse. But the phenomena that correspond to them are essential to the understanding of anorexia nervosa in past history and current times. I start with obesity, the opposite of anorexia nervosa, opposite but only at a superficial glance. Indeed, obesity is the inescapable backdrop for any discourse on human beings' relationship with food and body appearance. The word obesity descends from the Latin obesum, because of what has been eaten. Epidemiology informs us that in less than half a century, the percentage of adults with obesity in the world population has tripled. As for children and adolescents, 5–19 years of age, the overall prevalence of obesity has increased 8-fold in the female sex and almost 9-fold in the male sex. The overweight obesity condition is more common in wealthier countries, but the rate of increase in its prevalence has been very high in poor countries. In low and middle-low income nations, the prevalence of the condition has more than doubled in 30 years. The growth in the number of overweight people across the globe has been such that it has justified expressions such as pandemic and globesity. The neologism globesity appeared at the beginning of the third millennium. It entered the English language and linked the planetary spread of obesity to the global culture of consumption that has developed obesogenic environments everywhere. Globesity. Why? Because of what has been eaten. Fabrice Tillet and Lisa Oberlander have shown that the rising rates of overweight obesity are mainly related to the fact that food has become, almost everywhere, more abundant, more available, and less expensive. In addition, a nutritional transition has occurred more or less worldwide, a profound change in the quality of ingested food that has become higher in fat, sugar, and salt, and lower in fiber. Addictive foods are called. Around the world, therefore, two major changes have occurred. The food available has increased, and its caloric density has also increased. As a result, so-called food availability has reached an average of 3,000 kilocalories per capita per year, more than the need. Current cases of eating disorders must be placed in this framework, which, among other things, comes together with the great digital revolution and the rise of the web and social networks. Obesity and disordered eating behaviors are two sides of the same coin. Think about the fact that in the contemporary world, 4 lines of force act in conflicting directions on the relationships we have with food and the appearance of our bodies. On the one hand, first, the overabundant supply of hyper-processed, ready-to-eat, calorie-dense, and hyper-palatable food. Then, the reduction in physical fatigue and energy expenditure for working and living. On the other hand, the social and internalized stigma of obesity with an idealization of lean, muscular bodies. And then dietary healthism that is sometimes pushed to the drifts of orthorexia nervosa. Obesity and eating disorders are generally studied as independent phenomena. Instead, they influence each other according to a two-way relationship. Certain eating behaviors promote the development of obesity, and obesity, partly because of social and internalized stigma, is a risk factor for eating disorders. As early as 9 to 10 years of age, children with higher body mass index are those who most often develop disturbed eating behaviors. The same unhealthy behaviors are present across the spectrum of eating disorders and across the body weight spectrum, from skinny skeletal thinness to extreme obesity. A typical anorexia nervosa not underweight or often overweight is among the most striking examples of the connection between the two fields. Half a century ago, Hildebrouck observed that no human society has a truly rational relationship with food. Bruch studied, she was a psychoanalyst and psychiatrist, for 40 years of her life, two resounding manifestations of the defeat of reason in the face of food: anorexia nervosa and obesity. And she added, already in the title of her most famous book, that in both conditions, the uniqueness of each individual must be put first. Obesity, anorexia nervosa, and the person within. As a result, in agreement with many researchers, we should strongly advocate the need to always take the two fronts into account in preventive and therapeutic interventions, and first of all, in research. An integrated psychosocial model is the best to explain the complex interplay of risk and protective factors influencing eating disorders and obesity. In this perspective, the expression umbrella, non-homeostatic eating disorders, appears especially effective. It encompasses both dietary excesses and deficits in relation to biological requirements. So far, I have explored the relationships between obesity and eating disorders, looking mainly at the present. However, anorexia nervosa cannot be considered a simple effect of contemporary times. Over more than 300 years, until the most recent taxonomies, it has received different names, but the symptomatic uniform has remained basically the same. The second word I've chosen to dwell on is puberty. The etymological root refers directly to the body. The Latin pubes means the hairs that appear in the groin, armpits, and face, and indicates the beginning of the individual's sexual maturation. Pubescere, in Latin, means to put on the first hairs. In a verse of the Rerum Natura, Lucretius recalls that age imposes, imperat. The Latin word is unambiguous, thus imposes with an inexorable command that the body, hitherto glabrous, be clothed with soft hair. Puberty is the name we give to an invariant that spans the dilemma. Puberty is the biological process of sexual maturation that has been occurring for as long as Homo sapiens has existed. In 1962, James Tanner, a British pediatric endocrinologist, constructed a scale of pubertal development based on progressive changes in pubic hair, breast, and genitalia. The Tanner scale includes 5 grades, ranging from the prepubescent phenotype, stage 1, to the end of genital maturation, stage 5. Puberty involves a vast array of somatic and psychic changes, enormous and tumultuous, visible and invisible. Body height, weight, composition, and shape change. New amounts of sex and corticoidal hormones enter the bloodstream. The brain structure undergoes rapid processes of blooming and especially pruning synapses. The brain doesn't look like that of an adult until the 3rd decade of life. Sex drives become more pronounced and concentrated at the genital level. Reproductive capacity begins. On the biological level, the pubertal process lasts several years and varies in time from individual to individual. It begins on average between 9 and 11 years of age, somewhat earlier in females than in males. In girls, the first menstrual cycle occurs between the ages of 12 and 14. In males, the first remembered ejaculation occurs on average around age 13. Compared with past eras, puberty begins earlier. A century ago in Europe, the average age at menarche was over 14. A recent study conducted in all regions of Italy found an average age at menarche of 12.4. In many other countries, such as the United States, the age of onset of puberty has also decreased. It has been noted that early traumatic experiences and adverse life events interact with puberty by anticipating it and increasing the risk of developing psychopathological symptoms. Puberty itself, however, is a potentially traumatic event. Puberty is the initiating engine of adolescence, a phase of the life cycle destined for the long and complicated process of transition from childhood to adulthood. Adolescence, from the Latin intensive ed and alescere, means to grow. Psychoanalyst Peter Bloss effectively defined adolescence as the result of all attempts to adapt to pubertal development, that is, to the new set of internal and external, endogenous and exogenous conditions that impose, imperat themselves on the individual. Adolescence has uncertain time limits that vary according to the conventions adopted. The United Nations proposes 10-19 years as the boundaries of adolescence, while the World Health Organization indicates 11-24 years. Adolescence is a critical and formative period, open to flight and fall. It is an age of conflict between the need for dependence and the desire for autonomy, between separations from childhood ties and aspirations to new belongings, between the detachment from primary identifications and the search for new models. Everything is played out in childhood and everything is replayed in adolescence, argued Evelyn Kestenberg, psychoanalyst and scholar of anorexia nervosa, with good arguments. In an interview, François Truffaut, director of notable films about the Sage Group, declared that adolescence leaves good memories only for adults who have bad memories. Indeed, adolescence and young adulthood are times of particular psychopathological vulnerability, even more so in contemporary societies increasingly dense with technological resources, difficult challenges, and new traps. Young people indicate social toxins with their malaise, as canaries did when they stopped singing in the old coal mines. According to the UNICEF estimate, 166 million adolescents worldwide suffer from mental disorders, 1 in 7. After all, it is estimated that 75% of major mental disorders have their peak age of onset before age 24. Eating disorders are among them. A systematic review with meta-analysis just published found that worldwide, more than 20% of children and adolescents report a problematic relationship with food. And we must always remember that complex relationships of overlap, association, succession over time link different symptomatic uniforms, also in adolescence and young adulthood. Taxonomy divides nosology leaks. The third word I have chosen as the last post-station is metamorphosis. Anorexia nervosa, in my opinion, should be seen as a counter-metamorphosis. Metamorphosis comes from Greek and means profound, radical change of form or type. Pubertal development and adolescence are a time of metamorphosis, metamorphosis of the body. And the profoundly changed body, animated by powerful, aggressive, and sexual urges, one must build a new identity, a new sense of self, and one's worth among others. Anorexic symptoms almost always appear in the years of pubertal development and adolescence. It happened even in older cases, even in those for whom a morbid fear of gaining weight was not yet described. In 1689, Richard Morton described 2 cases of phthisis nervosa. Maria had begun to lose weight voluntarily at 18, and Reverend Steele's son at 16. In 1860, Louis-Victor Marseille called delirium hypochondriaque the anorexia of 2 girls aged 19 and 14. Charles Lazet's 8 patients with anorexia hysterique were all young women, and so were the 4 cases, Miss A, Miss B, Miss C, Miss KR, for which William Gall coined the fortunate and inaccurate expression anorexia nervosa. By the end of the 19th century, physicians began to report the quest for a thinness that is never enough, the Magersucht of the German alienists. Sucht is craving, an addictive behavior to thinness, for thinness. Relationships between physical appearance and eating patterns became manifest. However, the age of onset of anorexic symptoms was always the same. Mademoiselle B, 27 kilograms by 1.60 m, was a teenager when she told Max Wallet that she was moving frantically to avoid regaining the weight she had managed to lose. La maigre, thinness. And Mademoiselle V stated to Wallet, "There is like a force that stops me when I want to eat. More than anything else, I do not want to gain weight." In 1903, Pierre Janet described the Nadia case among the obsessions as an obsession with body shame, obsession de la honte du corps. Nadia had become ill at puberty when she had begun to tear out her pubic hair and eat only tiny. Every day, 2 bowls of a light broth, an egg yolk, a tablespoon of vinegar, and a cup of strong tea with a whole lemon squeezed into it. She had imposed this diet on herself because she did not want to grow in stature or weight, did not want to look like a woman, but wanted to remain a child forever. Why? For fear, she replied, of being less loved. That is, for fear of losing the kind of love more reassuring and protective that one has for a child, and encountering the uncertainties of affections between adults. But let's go further back in time. Metamorphosion by Ovidius is an extraordinary illustration of how unstable, fragile, and precarious the identity of the human being is. Men and women are exposed to the whims of the gods. In other words, they are subject to change, fate, nature, the passage of time, and the vicissitudes of their own unconscious. The image taken from a 16th century edition of Metamorphosion refers to the myth of Arethusa, not unrelated to our themes. It depicts the goddess Artemis intervening to protect the young Arethusa, a beautiful nymph but reluctant to sexual love, from the erotic desire of the good Alpheus. First, Artemis covers her with a cloud, and then dissolves her body in water. Ovidius used these enlightening words for Arethusa. I was regarded as beautiful, but my appearance, so much praised, did not benefit me. Of those qualities of the body to which others owed, I was ashamed, erubui. I blushed. I highlight the word, the body shame Janet described for Nadia. Anorexia nervosa is an escape from growth. It is a counter metamorphosis that seeks to return the body to a prepubertal weight, shape, and hormonal setup. The gonadotropions that from the hypothalamic pituitary system command the production of sex hormones return to prepubertal levels. Libido goes out. Pictura tacitum poema. I conclude by showing some paintings that tell with the silent force of images something of what I've tried to communicate through words. The myth of Arethusa has inspired several artists. For example, Carlo Maratti in 1655. René Magritte's Les Jours Gigantesques is a picture also used by psychoanalyst Gabriella Ripagliana in a fine book, Figures of Lightness, dedicated to anorexia nervosa. she wrote, the two bodies become entangled and expand out in a monstrous deformation. The image seems to tell us of the adolescent problems of release from the fate of fusional bonds, the infantile ones to be dissolved, and the new sexual ones not to be suffered without desire. The crucial question of this time of metamorphosis, puberty, adolescence, is who am I? It resonates without words in Edvard Munch's Puberty at the end of the 19th century, and almost a century later in the mirror self-portrait of a young English painter, Stephen B. Whaley. Who am I? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Cucciolaro, you are very in time. And thank you for your very interesting lecture about a very complex disorders. I think that you have very much explained the complexity, etymological, also medical, and all. It is a very complex disorder. And we have time for some questions if you want.
Professor Cucciolaro, thank you very much for your presentation. I think that was truly brilliant for us as neuropsychiatrists, but I think that was purely interesting for people in the field of linguistics as well. Okay, I don't want to make this strange noise with the... Is this better? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So we have been discussing today about anorexia nervosa as a counter metamorphosis. And we've been finding, when reading the scientific literature in this field, about maturity fears, which is a kind of specific term in the lexicon of psychiatry, or the psychopathology of anorexia nervosa. And I would briefly ask you to make some comments, since I think there are some gender differences in the expression of maturity fears. Since we can see that anorexia nervosa now has not any kind of criteria to be specified for women, for females, while in previous editions of the DSM, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual for Mental Disorders, we have some specific referrals to losing menstrual cycle demences, but now we can apply the criteria for anorexia nervosa to both females and males. So we potentially have the chance to have anorexia nervosa both in underweight, overweight, normal weight people, females and males. So now the spectrum is getting wider. But could you briefly make some discussion on potential differences in the expression of this between different sexes, biological sexes, since we may find that anorexia nervosa, at least in our clinical activity, seems to be expressed like 9 or 10 times more frequently in females. Do you have any hypothesis for that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacopo, for your words and your question. I think that the answer to your question, why more females than males, does not exist. We don't know. Of course, there are many hypotheses. For the point of view of my presentation, we could say that puberty is a more dramatic event for females than for males. Then the status of an adolescent girl is different from the status of an adolescent boy, more and more in past societies, of course. Santa Margherita of Hungary, was an anorexic girl who died for her mother's suit, but she tried to defend herself against the will of her father, who first wanted to make her a nun, and then for other reasons, political reasons, to marry the son of another king. And she refused through anorexia till death. But maturity fears is the problem, is a problem that concerns every one in adolescence and young adulthood. Anorexia nervosa, more for women, and for example, drug addiction, substance addiction, or muscle dysmorphia, bodybuilders, more males. Anorexia nervosa, muscle dysmorphia, drug addictions are anti-economic solutions for maturity fears. In anorexia nervosa, by means of a counter metamorphosis, the impossible search for a return to childhood, to a child body. Thank you.
You have a question? You did a perfect historical view of the problem, and I think about what's happened in this society with the social media, and what's happened with the COVID, the SARS pandemic, because we have an important implementation of the problem. And I think that this correlation between us, medical doctor, specialists, psychiatric, neuropsychiatric, child and neuropsychiatric, and linguistic, in this context is very important. It's the moment, I think. We are arriving in this moment, it's very important because social media and all conditions in the world, also multiculturality, are very important. What do you think about it?
Thank you, Antonia. But I think that we have to take into account the features of the present times, of course, that interact and contribute to the choice of a symptom to express a malaise. But we have to take into account always the core problem that is always the same.
We are in time, okay? I leave it to you.
Sono ripresa fuori con i minuti, eh?
Sì, è tre.
Abbiamo fatto da sola.
Grazie.
Ce la possiamo fare? Ok. Good morning and welcome to this first oral presentation. We have a very busy schedule, so we're going to begin right away. It's my great pleasure to introduce the first talk by Ruccoli, Rocco di Torrepadura, Bergonzini, Genovese and Parmigiani from the University of Bologna and the IEX, Istituto per le Scienze Neurologiche di Bologna, Centro regionale per i disturbi della nutrizione e dell'alimentazione in età evolutiva. The presenter is Giulio Rocco di Torrepadura, and the title is The Voice in Anorexia, a multiparametric analysis of the voice of children and adolescents with anorexia nervosa. So the floor is yours.
Good morning. As you said, I'm Giulio and I'm a speech therapist. Okay. Better? Okay. The main topic of the study is to find a correlation between eating disorders and voice disorders. We can define voice as the sound produced in a person's larynx and uttered through the mouth in the form of speech or songs. And it is formed by different parameters such as intensity, pitch, frequency, etc. Dysphonia, so an alteration of voice, occurs due to an alteration of at least one of these parameters for functional, dysfunctional, or organic causes. In dysfunctional dysphonia, there's a disturbance in the pattern of movement made by organs or muscles, such as diaphragm, lungs, vocal cord, etc. While in organic dysphonia, there's a modification of the structure of the vocal cords that impairs the quality of voice. The first part that we looked at is the comparison between the laryngeal pharyngeal reflux disease and the most common gastroesophageal reflux disease, so GERD. While the LPRD is a subcategory of the GERD, we can see that the location of damage is different. So for the first one is on the upper esophageal sphincter, and for the second one is the lower one. This led to different modality. So the GERD is common, for example, in the morning, so after rest, while the RTLD is common during the day, so while the person is standing up. This correlates obviously with the time of onset, so the first one during day and the second one during night. And then the symptoms are different. The GERD is common for example, the heartburns, while for LPRD, the symptoms are various. We focused on dysphonia. In fact, the prevalence of LPRD in patients with vocal and laryngeal pathology is between 15 and 78%, causing a worsening of voice quality, increasing the hoarseness. In literature, it said that while bulimia nervosa is the most common diagnosis associated with voice disorders, anorexia nervosa is the one with the highest impairment. Patients with anorexia nervosa reported higher pitch, impairment in endurance and glottal competence, with a lower maximum phonation time that I show you soon. A correlation between eating disorders, especially in those cases with vomiting as a purge, and LPRD has been observed. LPRD correlates often, in fact, with edemas on the vocal cord and subglottal stenosis, granulomas, and pseudosulcus. From this point on, I'll present our study. So the primary goals were to analyze voice alteration in patients with anorexia nervosa and to evaluate the occurrence of dysphonia. Secondary goals to observe voice alteration and to make an analysis of the different voice impairments. This is a case control study led by the Centro Regionale for the Disturbi della Nutrizione e dell'Alimentazione of the Ospedale Sant'Orsola. And the patients were evaluated with a diagnosis of anorexia nervosa, age between 11 and 18 years. Only girls were included with a body mass index under 18.5. While the group of healthy girls, so the control group, was recruited between the athletes of the ISD BSL Sala Zero di Satana, with obviously no diagnosis of anorexia nervosa and a body mass index over 18.5. For data collection, we started from the analysis on age, sex, the hydration rate, and vices, such as use of tobacco and alcohol. For the medical evaluation, we selected only girls with anorexia nervosa, so with a body mass index below 18.5. And we observed the presence of GERD and the use of drugs such as proton pumps inhibitors. While the speech therapist assessment was performed, and all the assessment will show soon. So for the maximum phonation time, this is a measure of the maximum length achievable during phonation. It is measured in seconds, asking the patient for a sustained up. While the GBUS is a perceptive scale of voice quality, it is based on 6 different parameters. So the global grade of dysphonia, the instability of voice, the roughness, breathiness, astheny, so how person is, how the fatigue that the person expresses during phonation, and the strain, so the physical discomfort during phonation time. And the therapist has to indicate the level of impairment on a scale from 0 to 3. Vocal fatigue index is the first questionnaire on vocal awareness during the day. The first part examines the fatigue during the day. The second part, physical discomfort associated with the phonation. And the third part, the role of rest. And the person had to indicate the frequency from 0 to 5, never to always. Reflux symptom index is a questionnaire on symptoms of LPRD, and the patient had to state the severity from 0 to 5. Then we use the software PRAT, which is a software of the University of Amsterdam. And we can see here how the spectrogram is different. So in the class 0, all the lines that are the harmonics, so the frequency, are clearly visible. While from class 1 and also in class 2, we can see sort of mist that impairs the high frequencies, especially over the 2000 Hertz. The fundamental frequency is the frequencies of vocal cord vibration, and is the first one highlighted at the bottom, and is specific for genders and ages. Acoustic voice quality index, while is acoustic measure of voice quality based on sustained vowel and continuous speech, and it combines different parameters. Those are two examples. Physiological one, so where the cutoff is below 2.3, and the other one a pathological one with the score over 2.3. The results showed a comparable age between the two groups, only women and with adequate grade of hydration and no vices. While for the medical evaluation, the diagnosis was only anorexia nervosa, with a significant difference between the two groups in terms of body mass index, and no patient and no people from the control group had the symptoms or diagnosis of GERD. The result for the speech therapist assessment showed in particular alteration for all the parameters except for the fundamental frequency. Especially, we can see the GERBAS, so with a p-value very, very low. So especially for global grade of dysphonia, instability, and breathiness. The acoustic voice quality index, so an objective measure of voice impairment, showed differences between the two groups, and also focusing on vocal fatigue index and reflux symptom index, patients with anorexia nervosa reported a very high impairment on voice during the day. This is one of the first studies on the correlation between eating disorders and voice disorders, and the first one that has used non-invasive techniques, inexpensive and replicable. The results suggest a correlation between anorexia nervosa and voice disorders in adolescent females, and the AGUQI showed alteration of rhythm and noise sound ratio with an impairment on voice quality. IAN-ADR classification, and as shown before, a decrease of harmonics at high frequencies, while F0 showed no differences, and in literature is reported both differences for higher and lower based on the study that we looked. In our study, GERBAS showed an alteration on different parameters, while in literature only for asthenia and breathiness. Maximum phonation time showed both reduction, probably for a probable muscle loss on girls with anorexia nervosa. Vocal fatigue index was not performed in literature and showed in our study a decrease of phonatory duration, physical fatigue, and a low insight of the impairment. And RSI showed symptoms of LPRD, especially in the analytic group. The main problem of the study is that it only includes females and athletes control. So it's a point for us to expand the sample, including males, people with bulimia nervosa, and non-athletic controls. Use more in-depth procedures, comparing data with those methods, and to reevaluate the patient, monitoring the clinical trend. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interesting talk. We have 5 minutes for discussion. Any questions from the audience? See, 2. Okay. Rebecca, scusa. Grazie. No, fai chiedere a...
So, a question question about something else. Is it possible to study maturity of voice, childish voice?
Yeah, it is possible. For example, on the part with the frequency of vocal cords vibration, there are some ranges. So, for example, in children is between 225 and 440 hertz. This is caused because the laryngeal assessment in children is different between adults. So because the larynx is higher, there's higher frequencies, while in females and males is obviously lower, also because the length and mass of the vocal cord is different. So yeah, it is possible, and all the spectrum are different. In literature, has been reported that an anoretic girl had the, let's say, conformation layout of the larynx as children, and not like young females. But we didn't perform an endoscopic evaluation, so we weren't able to state that, and we based our research on the literature.
Thank you.
Tamburini?
I can go without mic, thanks. Which of the index that you used has been or can be computed automatically in a complete way?
The all the with the small microphone. So the Pratt is a software which means talks in Netherlands, and we studied the spectrogram, which is easily found on the Pratt with the selection of view and edit. Yana-Gyara classification is standardized, but is obviously dependent on the operator. So, but we can easily see the hertz because we select the filter from 0 to 5,000 hertz. So if you click with the mouse on the different frequencies, you can find the level of.
There are automatic procedures for getting it, but for GIRBAS,
for GIRBAS, no. For example, on this table, only fundamental frequency and acoustic voice quality index are strictly related to the computer, while GIRBAS is dependent on the laryngologist or the speech therapist that complete the questionnaire. Yeah.
I have only one last question, Julia. Thank you very much for your presentation. That was, I think, a very good way to show our work there. And you were so brilliant in leading the assessment. And just some friendly fire, I want to express some concerns about things we were discussing during the ideation and the conduction of the study, since everything was so correctly, clinically classified and assessed, and potential confounders were considered. So we should, I think, in a good way, our case group and our control group. And something interesting, I think, was that it emerged during the assessment was that there was one single variable that we didn't at all consider before matching the groups, which was the potential presence of singers, people who had long or experience with singing in choruses or things like that. And what do you think about that, since we were discussing that and we had some patients who were singers? Do you think this can be maybe a potential new branch for research?
Yes, in my opinion, this is very interesting and fascinating. So, class 0, which is a physiological spectrogram, was performed by an analytic girl with a body mass index very low, about 15, more or less. And I think that this is very interesting because class 1 and class 2 were performed both from an analytic girl with a body mass index similar to the first girl, but they didn't sign. So we can think that with a not agonistic, let's say, treatment without forcing too much on the vocal cords, but we can maintain an absolutely acceptance of the level with a low impairment on voice and with a very low voice disturbance for those people.
Thank you very much, Giulio.
The question is also for your colleagues. Are you planning to extend this research project considering other acoustic parameters? If you look at the spectral properties of the voice, you can also measure the signal regularities, or you can also consider the articulation maybe, so the format variability. Do you have any plan about this?
Yes, I would like, but Giulio is a speech therapist. We are. I would like. It's very interesting, but the conditions are very difficult because Giulio is a speech therapist and is not inside our center, you know. And but I think that with Giulio we can work. We'll decide to go to do research and. If it's possible, why not? I would like to do the same study because we compared anorexic girl with athletic girl, and I would like to do the same with the normal girl or male, but I hope, yes, thank you.
Thank you again for your amazing talk. I think we can move to the second communication by Tomei, Storelli, and Tomba from the Department of Psychology of the University of Bologna, and the presenter is Dr. Giuliano Tomei. The title is Eating Disorder Symptoms, Cognitive and Well-being Dimension in At-Risk and Clinically Relevant Populations, a Network Analysis. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, hi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me here presenting the preliminary results of my PhD research project, which, as you can see, consists in the application of network analysis methods to evaluate the clinical picture of eating disorders in general. So I guess before moving on to the actual results of the study, a brief introduction to what network models are might be in order. So network model really is the application of the so-called network theory, which basically stems from a couple of observations done by methodologists in psychological research. The first one is the issue about diagnosis. Diagnoses are not so-called the natural kinds. So it's not something that exists in nature, like say bacteria or atoms. So it's not something that we discover. It's something that we construct. And since we construct them, they're actually subject to change, modifications, and they might not be as reliable as we think them. And the second issue is that really if disorders like diagnosis, like anorexia nervosa, it's an entity in and of itself, we should technically be able to measure it regardless of its symptom, like an independent entity. And this is not really the case, and this is actually not the case for most psychiatric conditions, right? Like, we can't really describe depression or anorexia without relying on the symptoms of these disorders, which then it completely changes the focus towards the symptoms rather than towards the supposedly existing underlying entity. And the adoption of the concept of diagnosis really derives from the application of medical model, which, however, works very well in other disciplines because it tends towards a reductionism, like in most natural sciences. However, when we talk about mental health, and I think it came out brilliantly from the presentation of Professor Puzzolaro, we really need to approach this from a more complex point of view, right? So this is what network analysis does. So network theory postulates that symptoms, rather than being the manifestations of a disorder, are actually autonomous entities in and of themselves, capable of triggering, influencing, and maintaining other symptoms in a dynamic relationship. And this is actually quite intuitive for any clinician out here. And to represent it graphically, this is how we think about the usual diagnosis, like a latent variable model, right? So we have this disorder, and the presence of this disorder causes all these other different symptoms. However, when we actually try to envision the relationship between symptoms through a network, it looks more like something like this, right? Okay, this is horrible. The real network models are much better. This is something that I've done on PowerPoint just for the sake of showing them. So you can see that the symptoms, which in the network models are called nodes, are connected by these lines, which are called edges. Now, these lines can be either blue or red, meaning that the relationship between the symptoms is positive or negative. So like if it's blue, the increase of one symptom will determine the increase of the connected symptoms, and reversibly, if it's red, as one increases, the other decreases. And the thickness represents the strength of this relationship. Now, network models have a lot of interesting properties. However, probably the two most important ones are the concept of strength and of global strength. So strength refers to the sum of the connections that a node makes with the nearby nodes, right? So in short, it's really the higher the strength, the higher the capability of one node to influence the other nodes. And basically like triggering a cascade of activation by virtue of related connection. And the global strength is really the absolute sum of all the connections between all the nodes. And one of the postulates is that the more tightly connected the network, the more worrying the clinical picture is, because intuitively, if there's a lot of very strong connections, so the activation of one node easily transmits to the others. Say, within increasing depression symptomatology, I will have very easily a large increase in other connected symptoms. So the importance of the single node and the sum of the connection of the other nodes are the two most important things when we look at the network. And network models are really interesting in eating disorders, right? Mainly for two reasons. First of all, because eating disorders are really, really complex. We have a lot of comorbidity, multifactorial etiological causes, and we really need a statistical model that reflects this complexity to actually study these conditions properly. And the second one is that, again, any clinician will tell you that, rather than probably talking about diagnosis, it's more relevant talking about the individual manifestations in the patient. And this is exactly what clinical models, network models allow us to do. And finally, there are some preliminary evidence that the most important node in a network might actually be elite targets for clinical interventions. Because again, if I reduce them by cascade, I will reduce other symptomatology as well. So moving on to my study, what we basically did was applying this network model in an at-risk sample taken from general population and a clinically relevant sample, again, taken from the general population, build individual network models, and then compare them. So our objective, first of all, we're obviously to identify which key components, so like the most important nodes in the network are in the respective groups. And then, which are the differences in these two groups, right? Because if we can maybe draw the differences between an at-risk population and a clinical population, maybe we could also start inferring what might be the triggering factor that worsens the clinical condition into the full-blown acute disorder. So as for the methods, we recruited online general population of adults with no previous history of eating disorder diagnosis. We collected some data regarding eating symptomatology, cognitive styles, symptoms of anxiety, depression, and chronic stress, and also well-being, because positive dimensions have been observed to be a protective factor for this population. And finally, to analyze the data, we use R programming language, specifically some plugins, like packages called bootnet, to derive the network models and the NTC function to compare the models between them. So going on to the results, we recruited so far more than 1,000 participants. Surprisingly for no one, most of them were female. But this is where it gets interesting, right? So we can see here that obviously we selected the samples, we divided the samples based on the EDQ scores, eating symptomatology severity. And we can see some stark differences here. What we can't see is a difference in the BMI. And this is actually something that falls in line with a lot of other studies that have been done, especially in the English NHS, which are basically trying to drop the BMI as an indicator for accessing clinical treatments. So this is something quite interesting already, but let's move on to the network models. So this is, much clearer than whatever I showed before. This is a real network model of the at-risk sample. And while visual inspection is not really reliable, we can already start looking at some stuff here. Like, topologically speaking, if a node is very remote from the center, usually it means that it's less important. And you can see here that these are eating symptoms, right? And they're really far away from everything. Seems like they're not really well connected. What is actually more connected seems to be stress, chronic stress, irrational thoughts, possibly emotional well-being. But let's see at your actual number. So when we see the real numbers, we see that the stronger nodes, the most influential ones are emotional well-being and chronic stress. However, emotional well-being, if you look at this connection, it seems that it's really mostly related to other dimensions of well-being. So actually, while the paper looks really central, probably from a clinical point of view, it's not that relevant. Much more interesting is probably chronic stress, because it seems that this is acting as a gateway to eating symptomatology. So it means that all the symptoms really trigger eating symptomatology by virtue of their influence of the perceived chronic stress from the person. Now, if we move to the clinical sample model, it seems quite different here, right? So we also have chronic stress that acts as a gateway to eating symptomatology. But to actually access, let's say, chronic stress, we have to go through depression. And it's actually depressive symptomatology into which all the other symptoms seem to converge. And again, if we look at the results, this is definitely proven with depression being the strongest node across all the network, followed by, actually, this was quite interesting, rational beliefs. So somehow, rational beliefs played a very important role in the clinical picture of people with eating disorders. Now we moved on to compare the networks, and what we did was we check their structure, so like number of nodes, number of edges, number of connections, and we could not find any difference. However, when we actually checked the difference in the overall strength of all the connections of all the nodes of the two models, we could actually see significant differences in this indicator with, again, not surprisingly, clinical sample having significantly stronger, more strongly connected networks. So, reaching my conclusion, I think I'm also mostly on time. So basically, our results, which again are preliminary, we're still continuing recruiting and we want to do actually a longitudinal study to observe this, how this changes over time. But it would seem that confirms the importance of stress management in the risk to onset transition in these participants, and possibly the use of disordered eating behaviors as a way to manage stress, and of depressive symptomatology in samples with a full-blown eating condition. Again, this is really nothing groundbreaking in terms of the results, as much as what the network models allow us to appreciate in terms of complexity and relationship between the individual entities. And the second is that in both the samples, actually, it is symptomatology. Wasn't really that important, wasn't really that influential with the rest of the symptoms. So it would seem like it's more like an outcome rather than a cause. And probably the cause, and our focus as clinician might be in managing eating disorders, just so that we can actually work on the real important stuff that's lying underneath. And finally, it would seem that again, as clinicians, targeting transdiagnostic and unspecific factors might actually be the key to reach more long-lasting results and better outcomes for these populations. So this is all. Thank you everyone for your attention, and questions are very welcome. Thanks.
For the amazing presentation. Any questions?
Thank you very much. I really loved this presentation, since I think this kind of works really help us in dismantling some of our stereotypes for us as clinicians. We have into core symptoms that we should or have to address. Instead, there are some far more complex psychopathological structures. And I think that just the use of data, huge amount of data, like you did, and solid statistic basics to do that. I have just one question, since I really liked it, as I said. I think, if I correctly assessed your presentation, you were working on adults, am I right? And obviously we can have some EDQ versions which are adapted also for children and adolescents. There's some kind of cutoff around 14 years. And what do you think, would that be possible to try to conduct some kind of similar analysis on people underage? Since we would really like to talk about it maybe in another section, since I think we could work on that with children and adolescents. What do you think? Would that be possible?
Actually, that was my first choice for my project, but honestly, it was just really logistic problems in terms of gaining the approval from the ethics committee, right? But I think that is definitely possible, as long as you have the right instrument, right? With a reasonably good discriminant validity. But again, we can adjust through statistical data here. As long as you have that, you can basically do whatever you want. It's something that I didn't have the time to stress during my presentation, but I think it's really important to explicitly mention here, is that you actually can put rather any kind of variable you've got into a network model, and with the appropriate algorithm, you can make it match with symptoms. So we could use like biomarkers from language, which is one of the topics here, and you could put them in network models with symptoms and see how they influence each other or how relevant they are. You could mix categorical multi-level variables together with mixed models. So the limits are mostly about how good is your data, but the methodology pretty much allows you to do kind of whatever you want, really. Obviously, then you have to be really careful with your interpretation, and you have need a solid theory in the background to justify which kind of variables you included. Because as you can appreciate, since all the variables influence each other, right? If I add or remove one single variable, that can dramatically shift the structure of the network. So eliminate like a theory to guide, or like clinical experience, or I mean, any kind of like more or less empirical reasoning that justifies which variables are selected and why.
Thank you very much for the interesting research. I suggest to you guys also some biological markers, endocrinological markers, and I think that it will be very interesting in during children's life because probably a longitudinal study will be very strange. And I think that also adverse events that are very important in the life of subject will be interesting for this result. But thank you very much, it's very interesting. We collaborate, we may collaborate, I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think biomarkers would be terrific to add them. And there has been a lot of work that has been done with biomarkers and clinical symptoms, say, in depression or post-traumatic stress disorder, because obviously that's usually where most of the money go in the US. That's what the priorities with the INH. But yeah, definitely biomarkers would be something absolutely brilliant to add. Again, unfortunately, I'm just a mere psychologist, so there's only so much I can do on my own. And I think if something like really good came out of network theory in general, was really the collaboration between a lot of different specialties and different experts that came together to develop the most comprehensive models as possible, and also to recruit the largest sample as possible, because there are actually some very stringent criteria about sample numerosity. The more nodes you add, the more people you have to recruit, but at an exponential level. So it's really just at some point it spikes to like 5,000 people, something like that. But obviously this is if you want to have, say, 50 nodes, which has been done. But yeah, that would be absolutely terrific to do.
Any other questions? No. Thanks again for this amazing presentation. Yeah. Oh, right. Another question. I'm sorry. From the chat. Yeah. Okay.
You can read it, or I can read it.
I can read it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, you can also read it on the screen. Yeah. So the question is, I was just wondering if you're on network stability test, something like that. Yeah, so basically it's a question about stability. So stability is really like the reliability of a network, right? So how reliable is my network structure and the data that I'm presenting? And I thought this is a very good question because they did run the stability controls, but I didn't have them into the presentation, because if we go into how we actually measure stability, that's really like a can of worms that would take probably like half an hour, at least for me, because I'm not very good at explaining. But yeah, we did stability tests. We got 0.45 in the stability coefficient, which is on the upper threshold of adequate, bordering to good. Really, you would want to get a stability coefficient of say 0.7 or 0.75, which is excellent. But again, yeah, the networks were stable, luckily so, if I may say so myself, because the sample is not really big for the numbers of nodes that I've included. But again, this probably means that if they're stable, even with relatively low sample numerosity, that there's probably that there's something that we identified, and it might be worth exploring on larger samples and more complex studies. But thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you again. we are going to finish up this first oral session with an online presentation. We have to check some technical issues, I'm sorry. That. Okay. And presenters are, sorry for the spelling of the surname, Narendra and Kuni from the School of Psychology, University College of Dublin. Okay, we have to test your audio.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Okay, can you hear the voice? Also, okay? Okay, great. The floor is yours.
Perfect. Should I just go ahead and share my screen then?
Can you share the screen? Maybe yes, okay.
Oh, okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes? Yes. Yes. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, I'll just begin then, I guess. Hi, everyone. It's really good to be here online. It's very exciting to be a part of this conference. My name is Akansha. I'm a PhD candidate at the UCD School of Psychology, and my research broadly focuses on body image disturbances. And I'm actually especially very interested in how negative body image specifically can cause distortions in body representation. So as part of my PhD research, I actually conducted a systematic review assessing body-related mental imagery in individuals with anorexia nervosa and bulimia nervosa. And I'm actually very excited to share some of the results of this review. So in this presentation, I'll start out by firstly introducing mental imagery to you, why it's important in body image, some of the main research questions of my systematic review, the methods, the results, and finally, the main implications of this study. Okay, so to start out, what is mental imagery? So mental imagery is a perceptual experience that occurs without any sensory input. So for example, seeing with the mind's eye. And Coslin and colleagues actually put forward a very important framework to actually understand the different stages that are involved in mental imagery. And the easiest way to think about some of these stages is if, for example, I ask you to close your eyes and imagine an apple and ask you what color it is. The first thing you do is mentally generate an image of the apple. And then, of course, to infer anything meaningful from this image, you have to maintain it in your mind for a period of time. And then, of course, to decide what color the apple is, you'd need to then inspect the image. And then maybe I ask you to imagine the apple upside down. You would then transform that image 180 degrees. And so what this shows you is that mental imagery can actually be used quite well to provide information about stored representations. And this is true of both objects like apples, but also bodies. But I think it's important to note that body representations are special and they're very different to objects because bodies, they firstly move, they're multisensory. And so the way you store representations of your body is actually very different to objects because it contains this embodied element. And so when we think about mental imagery and body image disturbances, you find that mental imagery is actually a very useful channel for providing insights about how representations of the body are stored. And we can actually apply this to understand how inaccurate representations of the body take place in individuals with body image disturbances or BIDs, such as in individuals with anorexia nervosa and bulimia nervosa, to name a few. So a lot of the typical assessments of body representations in individuals with BIDs typically use these body size estimation tasks, which basically require using or altering figures to characterize body size based on mental representations of the body. And what we normally find is that individuals with clinical BIDs depict overestimations of their body size. And this is taken to mean that these individuals have an enlarged mental image of their body. But an issue with using size estimation tasks as a measure of mental imagery is that these tasks are often prone to interference of negative body image because participants are explicitly asked about their body size. And also, as mentioned earlier, body representations are action-based. Like the reason we have body representations is also functional. So for movement, for example, not just about thinking of our appearances. And so, an important consideration is outside of just visual distortions of body size, are there any other ways mental imagery can inform us about how body image disturbances take place, maybe? And these are actually considerations that came up when I was trying to investigate body representation and mental imagery and how it's been assessed outside of just body size estimation for the other studies of my PhD. And so for this review, we actually came up with two main research questions. So firstly, how has body-related mental imagery been measured in individuals with body image disturbances, so specifically anorexia nervosa and bulimia nervosa? And secondly, how do individuals with clinical BIDs differ on mental imagery tasks in comparison to healthy controls? So the main inclusion criteria for this review basically included papers that involved individuals with anorexia nervosa and or bulimia nervosa, and also a measure of mental imagery as defined by Coslin's framework. And the task had to be specifically a body-based mental imagery task. But we did include all of the standard body size estimation tasks as we discussed earlier. So three main databases were searched, PsycInfo, PubMed, and Embase, and 469 abstracts were screened after duplicates were removed, and 49 papers went into full text, and finally 18 papers were included in the final data extraction. So looking at the main summary of the included studies, I think it's important to note that all studies only included female participants, with a majority of the participants having a diagnosis of anorexia nervosa. And most of the studies actually came from Europe, with only one from North America and one from the Middle East. So with regards to the synthesis, we actually decided on a narrative synthesis, and this was actually conducted using Coslin's framework initially, but we actually ended up grouping the tasks based on characteristics that actually extend the framework for specific body-related mental imagery. And these core characteristics were generated based on, firstly, the nature of the tasks, and secondly, keywords that were used to describe the tasks in these papers. So broadly, tasks were found to assess characteristics of, firstly, body scaling, imagining action, mental rotation, and the spatial reference frame. And I'm going to go into these characteristics in a bit more detail and just kind of highlight the most important findings that came out. So the first characteristic that emerged was body scaling. And body scaling basically is the ability to transform distance information from one representation to another representation of a different size. And some of the main studies that measure body scaling are the aperture tasks. So aperture tasks basically involve asking participants to estimate the size of their body implicitly by asking them whether they can fit through different size doors and also hoops. And these tasks are actually very useful because they measure body scaling across two separate body planes, so the coronal plane and the sagittal plane. And in both tasks, actually, individuals with body image disturbances demonstrate this wider scaling of their bodies on both the coronal and the sagittal plane when compared to healthy controls. And so what this means is that they think that they need wider hoops or doorways to pass through in relation to their body size, both with regards to their width and also radially and volumetrically when compared to controls. And in the classic task, at least, this was actually related to body dissatisfaction scores and also disease duration. So basically, worse and prolonged negative body image was related to greater overestimations. So in other tasks that measure body scaling, individuals with BIDs were found to be less accurate, as well as taking longer to judge the body distances, and also reconstructing the body distances in a more spatially confused way compared to healthy controls. And this basically indicates an altered body scaling ability. Another characteristic that emerged were tasks were measuring imagined movement, or otherwise known as motor imagery. And motor imagery basically involves simulating movement in our mind. And during these tasks, participants are basically asked to close their eyes and visualize themselves performing a movement. And usually reaction times or the final reproduction of the completed movement are what's being assessed. And what studies find is that individuals with anorexia specifically are both less accurate and also take longer when imagining themselves performing both a whole body movement and also a hand movement. But interestingly, in one of the studies, when individuals were asked to choose what size they imagined themselves moving in a standard point light display task. It's like you can see in the bottom of the screen. So in this task basically involves using small lights to represent movements. So these would normally be moving figures. So participants with bulimia actually alter their movement and gait patterns on the point light display to actually represent movement that corresponds to a higher BMI compared to healthy controls. And this basically indicates that individuals with BIDs have oversized representations of themselves in both movement and also in static body size. But interestingly, when they were asked to imagine themselves moving in different perspectives, so for example, visualizing themselves in third person or first person, or even the muscular sensation of movement, individuals with BIDs didn't show any difference in their performance when compared to healthy controls. And so what this shows you is that even though individuals with BID demonstrate alterations in imagining movements, this actually is invariant from the mental imagery perspective. So a third characteristic that emerged was mental rotation. And this basically involves mentally visualizing and rotating the body to imagine how it would appear from different angles or orientations, typically to make a left or a right judgment. And usually in these tasks, hand or body images are presented in these physically impossible orientations, as you can see here, like in 270 degrees, 180 degrees. And of course, these affect judgments because our body doesn't mentally represent our bodies in these positions. And this is basically called a biomechanical constraint. So interestingly, in the hand laterality task, individuals with anorexia actually outperform healthy controls with regards to the accuracy of their hand judgments across all orientations and even in the anatomically difficult positions. And this basically indicates that they don't actually show this biomechanical constraint and could imply that they probably use less embodied rotations or maybe less embodied representations of their bodies. And this is actually also seen in full body versions of the task, where anorexic individuals actually judged rotations of the body more accurately than healthy controls and even across the difficult orientations. But recently, this finding was contradicted by a newer, better quality paper, which found that anorexic participants were actually less accurate and had longer reaction times than controls. And this result is even further supported by the outcome of the mannequin task, where participants with anorexia actually took longer and were less accurate at mentally rotating their bodies when compared to healthy controls. So the final characteristic that emerged were tasks that were assessing the spatial reference frame. So body-based spatial reference frames are basically ways of understanding how individuals imagine their body's perspectives and use them as a reference for orientation and movement in relation to objects in the environment. And one common task used in individuals with anorexia is the object perspective taking task, which basically requires you to make judgments of the object's positions in relation to your body or in relation to other objects. And these studies typically find that anorexic individuals take longer and are less accurate when making these judgments in the task overall compared to healthy controls. And these are especially worse in these performance accuracies are usually worse in the body-based perspective. And this is also the case in spatial navigation as well. So in map-based versions of the task. And so it's actually very interesting because you can see here that not just body-based mental representations with regards to size being distorted, but also with regards to how position in space is occupied. So overall, with regards to the quality appraisal of the studies, studies on average were of medium quality, with 2 studies of very poor quality, but we actually didn't exclude based on quality because of the very novel nature of this review. But I suppose the overall quality appraisal recommendations from this review is that better recruitment practices and a better ascertainment of clinical body image disturbance is required in studies that measure mental imagery moving forward. So I think I'm making it just in time. Overall, based on the results of the review, individuals with body image disturbances have an overall altered performance in tasks measuring body-based mental imagery compared to healthy controls. And so this really shows you that these body representation distortions extend further than just the body size alone. And I think the very useful thing to take away from this review is that it actually provides a synthesis of approaches and a useful guiding framework for researchers to study body image disturbance outside of just classic body size estimation paradigms, and also in a more informed manner and in accordance to the appropriate characteristics that the tasks actually capture. And so, yeah, overall, I think generally more research is needed in more diverse samples, and also to include diversity of gender to understand basically the relationship between body image disturbance and mental imagery more fully. So yeah, thank you so much for your time and your attention. And I'm very happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thanks for your presentation and questions from the audience. Professor Bolognesi from the University of Bologna.
Hello, thank you very much. That was a very interesting systematic research review. I am curious about 2 things. First, I think maybe I missed this, but what are the criteria that you took into account to exclude papers from your review, if you excluded any papers? And then another curiosity that I have is that mental imagery, the ability to form mental images, let's say, is not the same for everybody. So there is, I think, a lot of individual variation. There are even subjects that are called aphantasic that report that they are not capable of making mental images given a concept, or so they don't have this ability, this competence. And I was wondering whether the degree by which subjects have developed this mental imagery skill has ever been taken into account in these studies that you reviewed, or whether it's given as an assumption that everybody has the same level of ability to construct mental images. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for raising those very, very important considerations. So I guess to answer your first question, which was basically how we excluded papers, if we excluded papers. So the exclusion criteria was basically any task that just measured imagination. So there are some tasks that just measure your ability to imagine an object or a body, and those were excluded. We excluded any papers that included questionnaire measures alone. papers that included standard body size estimation tasks, and any papers that included any non-body mental imagery tasks, so like object rotation tasks and stuff like that. With regards to excluding based on diagnostic criteria, we actually didn't, we were very liberal with this. We didn't exclude anyone that, for example, had a shared diagnosis with an ADNOS variation of eating disorder or even ARFID, as long as they had clinically high body image disturbance, because it's a very new type of review. So I hope that answers the first part of your question. And with regards to, as you mentioned, individual differences with mental imagery, I think that's a really good point, because based on the review, I think only 3 papers included any assessment of mental imagery vividness. And I think that's such an important consideration. And we're writing up the paper right now, and I have drawn a couple of like points relating to that, because I think it's so important to understand that, like you said, some people may have very poor levels of mental imagery, and some people might have very, very strong levels of mental imagery. So like hyperphantasics, for example. And so based on that, I think maybe the 3 studies that actually assessed the vividness of mental imagery all found that individuals with anorexia specifically actually had reduced mental imagery vividness when compared to controls. So yeah, you're so right in pointing out that a lot of the deficits seen in this task could be down to variability in mental imagery. And I think that's a consideration that will be put forward in the review, and also is a consideration that should be put forward in any tasks assessing mental imagery in individuals with body image disturbances moving forward. So yeah, thanks. I hope that answered your question.
Any other? We're just on time. So thank you all for attending. We are going to have 30 minutes of coffee and tea break, and we'll be back soon. Thanks.
Gloria, can you hear me?
Hi Laura. Laura?
Ecco.
Hi.
Devo accendere? Sì, magari. Cioè, non so se conviene girarla là. Possiamo fare.
Questa?
Quella non lo so come la aprirta.
No, perché è
Quella lì, per capissolito. No, è quella lì.
Come ne faccio a girare?
Non è così. Questa con quelle delle così.
Ah. Okay, Laura, we are gonna turn the camera so that you actually see the room.
Oh, wonderful. Hi.
Hi,
Hi, Gloria. Ciao, Paola. Piacere.
it's Marianna Bolognesi.
Ciao, Mariana. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Let's see, Paola is, wait, no, because now she's looking at the room. Whoops. So the voice that you hear is Marianna Bolognesi, but you don't see me because the webcam is pointing to the room. I just did the background voice. We can wait 1 minute so that we allow for people coming back from the coffee break into the room. Do you have any videos and audio things that might interfere or create problems, or you just?
No, it's just slides, Mariana.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's wait another minute, then I will introduce you and then I give you the floor, the virtual floor.
Thank you. Can you see the slides?
Yes, we do.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Parto, introduco? Yeah. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. And it's my pleasure now to introduce our next speaker, the next speaker, who is our plenary speaker. And her name in Italian, it sounds like Laura Cariola. And now you can tell us how it sounds the way you pronounce it.
Oh, Mariana, that's a complicated question. You see, I'm Italian. My dad is from Milano, near Como.
But in Edinburgh, they call you.
But I grew up in Germany, so I say my name between English and German or something. It's Laura or Laura Cariola, and when I am in England.
Perfect.
It's complicated. There's a lot of migration with Italians anyway, so I'm one of them.
Laura Cariola, fantastic. And she is an applied psychologist and a linguist. She got her PhD in 2015 from Lancaster University in the UK and her MA in Sociocultural Linguistics from Goldsmiths College, University of London.
Now, Laura is a member of the British Psychological Society and a member of the Division of Counseling Psychology. And she's also a fellow of the Higher Education Academy. So her profile is quite broad in the sense that she covers both theoretical and more applied areas of investigation. Her research focuses on the mental health of transcultural children and adults. And she has been the PI recently of the Third Culture Kids Digital Environment and Mental Health project. Most importantly, for the scope of this conference, she has edited a book published last year with the title Eating Disorders in Public Discourse, Exploring Media Representations and Lived Experiences. So she's interested in the use of language in psychotherapeutic processes and representations of mental health problems in public discourse. From a methodological perspective, she uses both qualitative and quantitative approaches to data analysis and to language analysis. And she is also particularly interested in the applied perspective. So basically how to inform and create policy guidelines to actually try to address this problem in the public sphere. During her postdoc appointments at the School of Health and Social Sciences of the University of Edinburgh, where now she is based, she was involved in research projects with a focus on online safety for young people. And the results of these studies were then implemented, as I said before, attention to the applied sphere. The results of her research studies were implemented in policy frameworks and guidelines, such as the Scottish Government, the Home Office, and the National Crime Agency. So it is really my pleasure to welcome you today here. It would have been great to have you here in presence, but next time. And her talk today is titled Eating Disorders in Public Discourse, Considering an Interdisciplinary Perspective. So thank you again, Laura, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mariana. And I wish I would be with you in Bologna and also to meet you all in person. And as Mariana said, there will be another time. So yeah, so welcome to the presentation on eating disorders and public discourse, considering an interdisciplinary perspective. So Mariana has introduced me, but just to introduce myself. So I'm Laura Carriola. I'm a lecturer in applied psychology in the Department of Clinical and Health Psychology at the University of Edinburgh. And I'm both a linguist and psychologist and also a practitioner. So I'm working with people and presenting with mental health problems. I think it's important to mention that I have a humanistic stance to mental health research rather than positioning myself within a medical model of mental health. And thank you so much for inviting me today to this wonderful conference, wonderful talks, and to share also my research with you. So thank you so much for this. So I'm just going to slide. Yeah. So the study I'm presenting today is part of this edited book that I edited, and there were 14 other main authors who contributed to this book. And the book is called Eating Disorders in Public Discourse, Exploring Media Representations and Lived Experiences. So although the role of language has been recognized as a key component in the complex relationship between media and eating disorders, there's only very little research that actually is exploring the relationship between eating disorders in the media, and in particular, how this relates to the subjective experiences of those people who have eating disorders. So with the aim of addressing this gap in empirical literature, this edited book aimed to provide insights into the ways in which individuals with eating disorders are affected by the media and the representation of the topic itself. So the book aimed to provide a collective and interdisciplinary effort to provide empirical, theoretical, and also critical insights and explorations of the ways eating disorders are discussed and represented in public discourse. In particular, the language-based perspective of this book and of eating disorder research crosses narrow disciplinary boundaries. So And this book tried to provide a more comprehensive understanding of eating disorders that are not confined to a single discipline alone. So any interdisciplinary endeavor requires essentially researchers to position themselves as learners of theories and also approaches that belong to another discipline, and by doing so, to move beyond the confines of their own discipline. In particular, such an interdisciplinary research prevents disciplinary blindness, whereby, for example, linguists would only discuss their research with other linguists, or psychologists would only discuss with other psychologists, and also notably with some disciplines perceiving themselves as more expert and competent than others. So such an inclusive framework that I try to address acknowledges also the pluralistic identity of modern linguistics. So the aim of this inclusive framework in this edited volume is to break down the communication barriers and also power structures between disciplines. And all disciplines are positioned in this book as equal, and to transcend the hierarchical perceptions of evidence that often regard disciplines using quantitative methodologies as producing knowledge of higher importance than generated from qualitative orientated disciplines. And the interdisciplinary perspective might address and also research questions and lead to a more comprehensive understanding of real world problems. For example, eating disorders that are not confined to a single discipline and cannot be fully explained and understood using the more traditional disciplinary approaches, only drawing from psychiatry and clinical psychology. So exploring eating disorder discourses from a broad and interdisciplinary perspective offers a space to identify novel insights that can then inform the development of evidence-based interventions and also policy making to meet the needs and expectations of a diverse population, also including those affected by inequality. Yeah, so today I would like to present you a study that was part of this book, and I have conducted the study with my colleague, Dr. Billy Lee. And for this study, we explored the lived experiences of individuals and how they experience newspaper representations of eating disorders. Right, so eating disorders are prevalent, but not well understood mental health disorders. And there has been increased concern of how newspaper reporting on eating disorders impacts public misunderstanding, leading to stigmatizing and discriminatory attitudes towards those affected. Stigmatization refers to government description of social processes whereby stigmatized individuals are discredited in our minds, from being whole to tainted persons, which creates a social separation between them and us. And the impact of these newspaper discourses with a focus on eating disorders on the individuals has been largely neglected in research. And to address this gap, the study focused on exploring how individuals with eating disorders relate to media reports about eating disorders. And it also aimed to discover more credible and constructive discourses that are employed by the individuals themselves. So research indicates that both lay people and health professionals may hold the stigmatizing attitudes and also false beliefs about individuals with eating disorders. For example, individuals with eating disorders are perceived as difficult to communicate with and also to empathize with, and their illness is seen as largely self-inflicted, with vanity and narcissism as the root cause of it. And perceptions of the treatment of eating disorders and recovery are often overestimated, and individuals with a diagnosis of anorexia nervosa are often perceived as having control over their diet and disordered eating behavior. And those affected by an eating disorder conversely perceive that other people in the public in general fail to recognize the importance of their difficulties and the legitimacy of their difficulties as a mental health condition. Instead, it is seen as a personal choice, along with a simplistic view of treatment based generally more on like the need to eat more and increase their appetite. And the lack of public understanding and support due to such perception has been associated with sufferers' experiences of shame, low self-esteem, secrecy, and denial. And this impedes help-seeking behavior to the reluctance essentially to self-disclose. Men with eating disorders might experience further self-stigma and suffering from eating disorder because they're perceived as having like a stereotypical kind of more female-associated disorder. This serves to diminish further their willingness to engage in help-seeking behavior that already are inconsistent. So help-seeking behavior is already inconsistent with kind of a more masculine stereotypical perception. Despite the role of the media and related discourses in the propagation of stereotypes of eating disorder and the thin body ideal, only a few studies have directly addressed how eating disorders are presented in newspapers. An early study of 347 Italian newspapers and magazines on eating disorders found that news stories tend to emphasize social cultural elements such as the fashion industry and stereotypes of disordered family dynamics, for example, strict parents, rejecting mothers, or absent fathers. With a focus on English language newspapers, O'Hara and Smith studied 210 US articles, finding that the majority were focused on celebrities in the arts and the entertainment industry and on young white women. And these articles also often conflated and failed to distinguish between extreme dieting versus eating disorder behavior. The eating disorders were represented principally as female issue and the etiology as predominantly due to family and self-esteem issue. And the consideration of genetic or biological determinants of eating disorders was nearly absent in all these articles. A similar trend was identified in a study that explored 205 UK newspaper articles, and they found UK newspaper stories are predominantly driven by a populist agenda with a voyeuristic and sensationalist focus on a narrow and lucid account of clinical complications and hospitalization. And Sun and colleagues analyzed 292 Chinese articles, identifying that the majority of these articles focus on anorexia nervosa and bulimia nervosa that affected women and young people. And concerning the cause of these eating disorders, the majority of articles reported personal and environmental factors of eating disorders, with only a minority of articles mentioning biological and genetic factors. And the descriptions of the etiology provided mainly superficial information about psychological and medical treatment and clinical complications that are associated with eating disorders. On the question of stigmatization, studies of UK newspapers have produced mixed findings. So one study demonstrated stigmatization of eating disorders, while other studies have not found this kind of evidence of stigmatization. Right. So while newspaper representations of eating disorders have received some scholarly attention, little is known about how individuals diagnosed with an eating disorder make sense of these representations and the impact on their lived experiences as well. So our study employed an interpretive phenomenological analysis, or IPA, to understand the personal life worlds of individuals affected by eating disorders, in particular, how they make sense of newspaper representations. The hermeneutic phenomenological philosopher Hans-Georg Gadamer devised a systematic ontology of human being as the being of understanding with discourse, then central to our understanding and experience of the world and ourselves. And through a hermeneutic phenomenological understanding of our eating disorder participants' sense-making, we further thought to discover more truthful ways in which newspaper might disclose the nature of eating disorders. Consistent with the method of IPA, we regarded our study participants as experts of their own lived experiences and facilitating as much as possible the individual to speak with authenticity. The involvement of individuals' lived experiences of mental health and mental health research is beginning to foster greater social inclusion and to be regarded as indispensable to developing service provision. So IPA as a methodology draws on theoretical influences from phenomenology, hermeneutics, and also idiography in order to disclose individual lived experiences of existential importance. So IPA is essentially an idiographic approach. IPA involves close interpretative engagement between the researcher and the participants, where the researcher is required to be really self-reflective and to be able to bracket their own understanding and impact on the knowledge that is co-created in the interview. And the researcher tries to glimpse an insider perspective through empathically voicing participants' experiences from their personal accounts while sensitively interpreting, interrogating, and understanding their lived experience using external theories and frameworks. As such, IPA recognizes the double role of the researcher as a co-participant in the disclosive dialogue and also as a curator of the unfolding of the phenomenon investigated. So participants included 5 individuals who self-identified suffering or recovering from a diagnosed eating disorder. And this included 4 women and 1 man ranging in age from 21 to 40 years and all were of white ethnicity. All participants had anorexia nervosa. And the inclusion criteria of the study were that all participants needed to be aged 18 or above, diagnosed with an eating disorder, and they also had to be proficient in English in order to participate in the interview. So the 5 semi-structured interviews were conducted on Skype and digitally recorded and transcribed. At the beginning of the interviews, participants were asked demographic questions, and during the interview, they were asked for their reflections on how eating disorders are portrayed and written about in the UK news media, how newspaper portrayals related to their experiences of eating disorders, and how newspaper portrayals may inform and misinform public understanding of the eating disorder. And the research team comprised 2 scientist practitioners, so one of them myself, and the other Billy. And the first author, which myself, conducted the interviews, and myself and Billy were involved in the analysis of the interview transcripts. And during the interview, I remained mindful of the hermeneutic stance and being curious and watchful of the experiences by the participants, and also bracketing out my own kind of preconceptions and personal concerns related to the topic, or assumptions that I would bring as well. So that required also reflection before the interviews, what assumptions I would or might bring to the interview. So now I will outline the results of the analysis, and just to mention, all the pictures that are part of presentation are created with artificial intelligence. So they're not taken from anywhere. So I just wanted to mention this. Okay, so the analysis identified 5 themes that described how individuals affected by an eating disorder make sense of newspaper representations in relation to their lived experience. So the first one was the reification of the eating disorder identity. The second was loneliness and incomunicado. The third is misunderstood by significant others. The fourth, never feeling sufficient, and the final theme, perverse and exacerbating medicalization. So theme 1, reification of the eating disorder identity. So this theme reflects participants. I hear like a constant ping, and it's kind of a bit difficult for me to keep focused when I hear constant ping in the background. I'm not sure if that's happening on Zoom.
Sorry, yes, I think it's people jumping in the talk, join the Zoom meeting. There's nothing I can do. Can I?
No problem. I'm going to keep focused. Okay. So the first theme is reification of the eating disorder identity. And this theme reflects participants' experiences of newspaper reporting as sensationalizing and drawing on a shock value, often with images and story focused on bodily appearance, physical size, and weight. And participants felt that their actual lived experiences were trivialized by stereotypical and oversimplified accounts. And they expressed moral reactions, frustrations, and indignation towards a verification of what they saw as a false eating disorder identity. So participants perceive reporting of eating disorder as narrowly focused on physical appearance, especially of white adolescent girls with anorexia nervosa, and as victims of the model culture. So here, that's a quote by Beatrice. Obviously, these are not then the participants' real names. I remember thinking in the press previously, it's also the media with the size 0 model thing. Now, to be honest with you, my eating disorder is not, for me, was not coming from the model culture. My eating disorder didn't evolve from seeing thin models. That's not part of the pathology. But in the public view of an eating disorder, they kind of equate the eating disorder to individuals with the thin models. And then they say one causes the other, which is not true, but you can see that in the media. So Beatrice here in this quote takes issues with the media's preoccupation with the size 0 model thing. And she denies it is for her a part of the pathology. However, the public equates, as she puts it, eating disorders with thin models. Moreover, they believe one causes the other. And in particular, Beatrice expresses annoyance that not only are the public misinformed by this powerful stereotype, but they further draw these false conclusions that all eating disordered individuals have been similar afflicted by the thin model culture. And the emphasis on visual appearance and body image implicates fashion and personal vanity, which is not true in case of Beatrice. For other participants who are part of this subtheme, this reframing of eating disorders as essentially a problem with body dissatisfaction and over dieting minimizes the serious psychological dimensions and mental health facets and potential medical complications that go beyond food and physical appearance. So shock, sensation, and stereotype. Some participants experience sensationalism about eating disorders as seeking to shock the readers of the newspapers, often employing depictions of eating disorders at the most visual extreme, like very thin, in anorexia nervosa. So Ophelia states here, there's been quite a few cases in the media that they are shock stories, but that's only like, it happens all the time. The ones that are sticking in my mind are basically where people have been failed by health services or by their treatment teams, and they've died because there have been questions raised about the care that they've received. And when you read how these stories are written, they obviously draw on all of the like shock factor things that impact on the reader. Usually they draw on what the person was eating, how much exercise that person was engaging in, or how they resisted treatment, or how they lied about their weight, or basically how they were not like monitored. Participants in this theme, censorship, frustration, and annoyance, and participants spoke about their activism to raise awareness of eating disorders, and they expressed frustration and indignation towards a reductionistic narrative and newspaper censorship of their actual lived experiences. So there is frustration towards journalists who misappropriate what they are trying to get across or what it's about by reducing everything to the eating side and the weight loss or the body mass index. And there is annoyance towards what they perceive to be censorship through a selective erasure of the parts of their lived experience that do not fit this particular stereotype. So this is when newspapers want to write a story about eating disorders and they want to have a conversation with someone who has an eating disorder. And then, for example, John spoke with several, had like several opportunities where he could speak with a journalist, and these were for him negative experiences. So he says every time you try to get everything across, quite a lot of the times when it goes to the editor, it seems when it's published, it seems to be their focus upon the eating side of things and the BMI, rather than focusing upon everything else that we've spoken about what actually led you to the eating disorder. And this is the second theme. So it's loneliness and incommunicado. And this theme reflects the extreme loneliness and incommunicability of participants' experiences. There is a sense of being shut down and muted by other people's assumptions and beliefs about eating disorders. And these include that the eating disorder is a matter of choice that can be easily overcome if they would just eat more and basically change their mind and their choice about having an eating disorder or not. So some participants here in this theme, the invalidated voice, some participants describe the difficulty in communicating as their own voice was crowded out or shut down by others' assumption and stereotypes. So this is Ophelia. I would say probably over the past 2.5 years, I definitely fell into a relapse at some point last year and have been doing a lot better since. And it was really obvious because I had lost a lot of weight. It was really not good. And I've gained a lot of weight back now. So obviously from the outside, it looks like I'm doing absolutely fine. I've not gained all of the weight back, but I definitely look a lot better than I did weight-wise. But so someone I work with, my boss, actually took it upon herself to say, oh, it's so great to see you looking so well. You know, there was a time when I thought last year you were just so pale and you were just going to drop dead. Now you just look like you got so much life back. It's so nice to see. And inside I'm like, God, I'm going back into treatment. I'm really having a difficult time right now. And how can I say that? So in this example, Ophelia's boss knew about her eating disorder, but simply assumed that her increased bodily weight indicated that she had recovered. At the time when Ophelia was in fact relapsing and going back into treatment. And this invalidates her own voice, such of the actual situation she was in, and basically taking on her boss's assumptions about bodily weight and wellness. So this is the next sub-theme. People see eating disorder as a choice. So participants experience reactions from others suggesting that their eating difficulties and behavior were a matter of choice. And there is a quality of exasperation here for Claudia in this excerpt, as she reiterates 8 times the negation that her illness is a choice, as people have expressed their exasperation towards her. She expressed her exasperation at the fallacy that she chooses her illness. So she says, I think people see it as a choice, and it's not something that you choose. People are like, oh, for God's sake, she should just bloody eat. But it's not. It's not. You don't choose to be this way. It's something that's distressing that happens to you as a result of a lot of factors. But you don't. It's not a choice that you make. It's like at the end of the day, it's an illness. In the same way that anything else, cancer or something, is an illness. And at the end of the day, it's life-threatening in a lot of situations as well. You don't choose to be, you don't choose to be that. You don't choose to put yourself in that position. It's not a choice. So here is really the comparison with cancer. It's really a stark comparison. It's life-threatening, it's distressing, and you don't put yourself in that position. And participant suffering is compounded by this invalidation, which adds as an additional torment that it's both medically exacerbating and psychologically also undermining. And that's the next sub-theme, isolation. So participants described extreme isolation with their eating disorder, being unable to communicate with family and friends, who likewise did not know how to help. So here, this is Ophelia. My mom did not know anything really. She knew that I was not well. She knew that I wasn't eating. She knew that I had lost a lot of weight. She obviously connected the dots, and though that I had an eating disorder, she marched me to the doctors that confirmed she has an eating disorder. There was no conversation that happened about any of that. I got an emergency. Well, I had a couple of short hospital stays in general wards, and then I got an emergency admission to an inpatient unit for a year and didn't let anyone visit me. My family did not know how to deal with that. So the extract conveys a sense of isolation, which feels the more desperate given that her family didn't know how to help. And this really kind of amplifying her suffering, and in fact the suffering on both sides, the family and also, for example, here Ophelia. So the next theme is misunderstood by significant others. So this theme captures participants' experiences of being misunderstood by and being unintelligible to crucial people in their lives, including family, close friends, and medical professionals. And there were divisions in their life worlds that are difficult to express, essentially with ordinary language. So unintelligibility as a subtheme. So participants articulated the anguish alongside the disorder of being utterly unintelligible to the closest people in their lives. Ophelia recalls the run-up to her sister's birthday party. My mom ended up yelling at me, really shouting at me, you know, I'm a grown adult and I was staying at her house a couple of nights to do these things for my sister's birthday. And she just yelled, she shouted, she couldn't cope with seeing me like that. She was really yelling at me to get out of her house, not to come back, that I was gonna die, all of these things. So here is really the juxtaposition of the angry outburst, by the mother with Ophelia's original intention to assist in the preparation of her sister's birthday party. And it really kind of, if you think about it, if you put yourself in Ophelia's shoes, it really evokes quite a shocking image of a really tense situation. And the severity of the incidents is underscored by the contrast between, you know, also yelling and being a grown adult. So we get a sense from Ophelia's experience of a deep division in her relational life world, her mother unable to cope, and how these might undermine basically Ophelia's developing sense of self-concept, considering that this is the mother speaking to her, not somebody else. So people don't know what to say. So people not knowing how to talk or to be alongside the eating disorder was experienced by some participants. So John is saying here, like family and friends don't know what to say to you, because I think they as well, I think they probably think that mentioning things, obviously it can cause you to eat and things like this. And they feel that they're obviously going to pull you back into an eating disorder. So a lot of people don't know what to say to you because they don't know what to say as the right thing or the wrong thing. And I feel that can be quite a harmful thing as well. So John explains how it's a harmful thing that people just don't know how to approach this eating disorder. And this not knowing does not lead to curiosity or a further engagement or trying to understand, for example, John's experience of his eating disorder. Rather, there is some sort of edginess around mentioning things about the eating disorder in fear of pulling you back or cause you to eat things or like that, as John in his own words. And he says people don't know the right thing or the wrong thing to say, and this existential wariness undermines his relationship, essentially. In another part of the interview, he also attributes this kind of not knowing to the misleading stereotypes by the news media. So the role of secrecy was a core aspect of the experience for a number of participants. And here John says, eating disorders for me, I think, are shrouded in secrecy. And I think the biggest part of recovering is kicking back that secrecy. So John was in denial about his eating disorder at the beginning stages because his eating problems did not fit really with the idea of being a man. And he also hid this problem from everyone around him because because of the stigma that eating disorder are essentially a female illness. So the next theme is never feeling sufficient. So this theme reflects participants' experiences of their self-identity as not enough, or falling short, or self-judgment in comparing the self, and of the need to conform and to resist conformity. And there are self-referential emotions associated with failures in achievement positioned as self-ideal stereotypes, and in particular the eating disorder identity that come together in some sort of mix. So participants would judge the illness competitively against others and also media ideals. So here's Ophelia. However, like one of the reasons that I watched it, probably 5 times, was to compare myself to everybody that was on that show. So something she watched on television, and basically make myself feel like I wasn't sick enough or wasn't doing eating disorder correctly because I wasn't fasting for 10 days straight, or because my blood work wasn't hitting the floor every week. So here Ophelia is referring to an eating disorder documentary, and her comparison with the people in this documentary leads her to doubt the severity of her illness as not being sick enough. And she develops a thought pattern wherein an imagined eating disorder ideal becomes significant. And this sustains her dysfunctional eating behaviors through reimagining it as a skill that requires discipline and comparison and competency to execute correctly, and competency to execute correctly. And not being enough was a recurring theme in Ophelia's interviews throughout, and she dwelled on her conflicted relationship with her mother and struggled to resist some sort of infantilizing dynamic that undermined her identity achievement as an adult, like in this kind of adult relationship with her mother. And the recurring self-talk in her interview seemed important for her to kind of reconfirm to herself that she was in fact an adult, and that she was sufficient to herself, and that she wasn't a child after all. So fear of not fitting the stereotype. So participants described the fear and embarrassing of deviating from the eating disorder stereotype. So here John articulates this kind of perception as a man. At first, the very early stages of my eating disorder, I didn't believe I actually had an eating disorder. Then further down the line, I knew I had an eating disorder, and I felt I had to hide it from the public society because I felt a fear of what people would think of me, especially as a male with an eating disorder. I feel there is this kind of stigma around as well. So John experiences secondary emotions around not fitting the media stereotypes and illness and what people might think of him. And he also perceived himself as policed by specific manifestation of his illness that are then validated by the media. Participants expressed concerns around not fitting the images, images of people with eating disorders and their need for identity. So here we have again Beatrice. I was never going to be sufficiently anorexic. I don't even know if I really wanted to be, but I wanted to be sufficient at something. And I had so much pain that this is a way of concealing it or dealing with it very bad, very bad. But I was always trying to fit in, I guess, maybe, but realizing that I was a misfit on the websites and in the media I found in the early days of my illness, I found other misfits. And we had a little competition with ourselves. Who could do the worst damage, really? It's terrible. So Beatrice could not relate her own experience and sense of self to the public images of eating disorders. And so she experienced herself as insufficient and ambivalent towards the whole idea of this anorexic identity. However, she's aware of herself as needing to be sufficient at something and as always trying to fit in. So she started to access pro-ana web pages, and she found on these web pages other misfits. However, this community of the pro-ana web pages exacerbated her eating disorder difficulties through this kind of competitive cycle of self-harm. And this particular sub-theme displays an inner existential need of being and belonging, which for some participants found expressions through being with others who also embodied their angst through the severe control of ingestion. So, so this is the final theme, so perverse and exacerbating medicalization. So this theme reflected participants' experiences of a lack of appropriate medical support for their eating disorder and their beliefs not deserving treatment once referred to an eating disorder treatment program. So some participants experience inept care or a reductionistic approach to eating disorders. So this is a rather long quote by John. In this example, John's GP explained away his weight loss as basically just caused by grief from the death of his mother. And John really struggled a lot speaking with his GP, and he felt being pushed away constantly by the GP and just prescribed antidepressants as a solution, essentially. And he reiterates in the extract, losing weight, losing weight, losing weight. He says it's like 3 times, as if almost like hitting a wall. And he had then a heart attack before his difficulties were actually acknowledged. And then he received specialist treatment. So saying this, John is now an activist advocating a focus on recovery and seeing the whole person and the underlying issues rather than just getting them fattened up and sent straight then back into the community. So this is also one of his perceptions of medical care, that often it's just about weight gain, getting the patient to a particular desired weight. And once they've achieved that weight, they're being basically discharged from treatment and sent back into the community. And this is not addressing really the eating disorder, because it's reducing it again to BMI and achieving this particular weight, not to be classified as anorexic. Participants described the difficulties in accessing specialized eating disorder treatment and complex emotions once referred. So this is Beatrice. So I remember every admission, I would always think I wasn't ill enough to be there. I didn't deserve to be there. I think some of these stereotypes, those questions or those feelings were perpetuated by the policy, the admission policy, whereby you couldn't get in until you were about to die. And then, even then, I would be admitted in a wheelchair, but I felt I didn't deserve to be in a wheelchair. They gave me one of those beds that are really soft. I can't remember, it's the air beds, because I had so many bed sores and I had chucked it off. I wouldn't lie on it because I didn't think I deserved it. So here, Beatrice laments the reductionistic criteria to qualify for specialized treatment set forth in this kind of admissions policy requiring patients to be about to die. Basically, that's her way of saying you need to be of a very low bodily weight to be considered for treatment. And even though she was then admitted in a wheelchair, she felt undeserving of treatment, although she had met the BMA threshold. In the extract, while critically ill, Beatrice is struggling with questions of deserving treatment while discounting her physical ailments, such as the bed sores. They do not come within the scope of admissions criteria and therefore do not count or cast doubt on her deserving. So the idea of deserving is a word that she repeats several times. And her narrative reflects harmful perfectionism, which appears to be the result of these unhelpful stereotypes based on medical and cultural ideas that center around this thin body stereotype. So she feels she's still wasn't ill enough, she still hasn't really perfected the idea of anorexia and to be thin enough to be considered for treatment. She felt she wasn't deserving. A pervasive theme in the background for all of the participants was a tactic need for their own voices to be heard. So, for example, Beatrice feels healthcare practitioners need to engage with patients as equal partners, sharing in decision-making about their mental health care and treatment design and planning. So Beatrice says, I think the structure of treatment programs should be created around the individual stories. I spoke to someone at the mental health organization about that, and I said, this is what we need to change, not necessarily trying to find data or statistics or evidence, etc. We just need to listen to the people who get well and hear what they have to say about what treatment there should be. So in case of Beatrice, her final and successful treatment program offered her a space to identify and work with her strengths and weaknesses, as well as to identify her unique values, life choices, and decisions. And within this therapeutic frame, she was released from limiting binary confirming versus non-confirming kind of stance, and instead developing her own sense-making that ultimately allowed her to understand her needs and purposes beyond the narrow confines of this kind of stereotypical eating disorder identity. So she was able to find her own voice beyond these existing stereotypes. So this is a discussion. So the study thought to understand the impact of newspaper reports on the lived experiences of eating disorders, and the 5 identified themes indicated a fracture between newspaper discourses and self-experiences, which was a significant source of existential trouble for the participants. Participants perceived that newspaper representations reinforce cultural myths around those affected in several ways. So, for example, newspapers sensationalized eating difficulties, recycling of cliches, and oversimplified narratives that focus predominantly on physical appearance in white young women. And these narratives were reinformed by imagery that reduced eating disorders to a single dimension, such as predominantly weight loss. Such a reductionistic view contributed then to a public understanding of eating disorders that could be harmful to social relationships. Participants in this study experienced simplistic beliefs and overgeneralized assumptions that did not permit a communicative space with others to share their actual experiences, leading to a sense of loneliness from family, friends, and medical professionals as well, and other significant people. The experience of eating disorders was not only incommunicable, but unintelligible even to close family and friends. And some participants sensed that others judged their eating disorder to be a matter of choice, and those resisted acknowledging eating disorders as a serious mental health problem. Essentially, the study identifies a dynamic between newspaper and medical discourses that works to reinforce public misperceptions and lack of information about eating disorders. In both medical setting and newspaper context are consistent with the standardized nosology, which appears to break down personal lived experience in attempts at sense-making. And there is a need for authenticity and voice that emerge as a strong theme in the study. So we propose the following recommendations for ethical reporting and to better represent the lived experiences of those affected. And these recommendations come actually from the participants themselves. So journalistic practice characterized by integrity and accountability, including reports on individuals' resilience and recovery, and reporting eating disorders within the emotional context, including our diversity of people affected and staying informed about mental health research. And these recommendations would facilitate increased public understanding and therefore enabling families and peers in the broader community to engage with those who are suffering. And journalists are well placed to educate the public and to enhance lives by promoting empathy and avoiding sensationalism. So that was the talk. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much, Laura. That was very rich, very dense, very rich in data. Are there any questions here from the public? There is a question there.
Professor Cariola, thank you very much for your presentation and the interesting book you edited and I read. Just a question. Did you
I can't hear.
At the beginning of symptoms and when anorexia nervosa has become a severe and enduring eating disorder that has lost its roots of the origin and is maintained by self-perpetuating factors. Second question, what about anorexia? A strange phenomenon of adolescents and young people who would like to be admitted as a member of communities of anorexia nervosa people, but cannot because they don't satisfy all the required features. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand the question, but I think the answer is yes. So you can't always access treatment, for example, in the UK, through the national health system if you do not fit all the criteria. And so you need to have you need to be of very low bodily weight in order to be admitted. If I understood the question correctly, there's a bit of an issue. It's an acoustic issue. Not that you were not clear enough, I guess. But Mariana, could you maybe reframe the question in case I didn't quite hear it?
Yeah, I think the second question was the one that you answered, right? There was the question about what happened when the criteria are not met, right? And the first question, I didn't understand as well.
No, the question was about anorexia. People who want to be admitted in web communities of people with anorexia nervosa, but this is refused because, in the opinion of other patients with anorexia, other people with anorexia nervosa, they do not satisfy all the required features to be a good anorexic girl or boy.
Yeah, I guess that's the second question, right? So yeah, no, I mean, if you want to get treatment for eating disorders, you would then need to access private care. However, saying this, not everybody who has an eating disorder, particularly anorexia nervosa, is so keen of accessing treatment. And part of it, you know, what came out, it's this idea that it's part of their identity. It's part of almost like a lifestyle. So it's not unusual for individuals with an eating disorder to be quite treatment reluctant, resistant, and not wanting to get better, for a better word, you know. So engaging people with an eating disorder in treatment can be quite challenging and difficult. So it's not, they might not recognize it as problematic.
Are there any other comments or questions? I have a question then. So basically, your main points that you summarize in the discussion are that there is this big mismatch between, as you call it, the personal life worlds, so the personal identity as perceived by the person, and the depiction of this stereotyped category of eating disorder people, which is depicted in the media, in the public discourse. There, it's the mismatch, the feeling of not belonging to what is depicted in the media that exacerbates the problem. And I was wondering what can be done, basically, to educate public media, but also to educate people to communicate with people with eating disorders, to educate about the dialogues with people with eating disorders. And I was thinking, one of the subjects or the participants to your study mentioned the fact that this disorder is comparable to cancer. So it's an illness that can even cause death. And that reminded me, for instance, to the large study at Lancaster University by Elena Semino and colleagues. They work a lot on public discourse and how cancer and cancer patients are represented in the public discourse. And they show that there is this recurring frame where cancer is seen as a battle, as a fight, and that patients are soldiers. And this actually is detrimental to the health of the patients, because they feel like they have to fight, they have to, be always ready to attack and so forth. And the field of the battle is their own body. So this type of framing, this way of talking about cancer is detrimental to the patients themselves. I was wondering whether there are studies or suggestions or about how to approach, what type of language to use, what type of frames, what type of topics to use, and what type of topics to avoid in this area, let's say.
Yeah, thank you, Mariana. So, I mean, for the first question, I think you kind of answered it yourself, and it requires public education, but generally more openness to talk about personal problems without feeling kind of othered or being problematized oneself for having maybe problems, or, however, I have to say that the media is actually quite consistent in the way how they present or how they talk about eating disorders, consistent with the medical discourse, that is. So, so this needs to change. There needs to be a lot of changing, essentially. So eating disorder could be also seen as a trauma response, or it's a coping mechanism as well. So it's not necessarily the problem. It might be the expression of other problems that are being experienced. In relation to the, just to add this, so if there would be more open conversation, people being more empathic with each other, I think that's really, really important. I think we're living in a very competitive world of having to achieve. It's a lot about external validation, and people just allowing themselves to be human, and we all experience problems, and it would be good to be able to talk about this openly. I think people don't know often how to be helpful and what to say to be empathic, even though they might have this feeling of empathy, but what are the words, how you can express this? I think there's very little education on that. So with the second thing, I'm really familiar with the research on cancer and cancer metaphors at Lancaster, and I'm giving actually a lecture as part of this, one of the courses that I'm teaching. And I think, well, as a practitioner, I would say you use the language essentially that the patient gives you, and you work with this and you see what fits better to them. If you even want to reframe, I think you can help a patient or a client to find their own unique language. Generally, fighting metaphors might fit some people, you know. However, with eating disorders, I think in particular, it's definitely more of a journey, because it's not that you go to treatment, you know, you kind of fatten up, you kind of increase your bodily weight, and then you get discharged and you're sorted. And that's what we see in the media, right? This is how the person looked before, like really thin. And then the next picture, this is how the person looks now, you know, like healthy, easy, recovered. It's not like this. Also people with anorexia, nervosa might cycle through maybe like a time where they might have bulimia as well, you know, and not bulimia, that binge eating, where they kind of cycle, or even bulimia, you know, it might cycle. It's not just only one representation. It can cycle essentially. But it's a journey of recovery, and it requires a lot of self-compassion. It's not a straightforward, I'm going to treatment, you know, increasing bodily weight, and then you're sorted. It's not like this. It's really, it's a long process, and it's not straightforward. And yeah, with metaphors, I mean, that's an interesting area of research, and you're a metaphor researcher, I'm not. But yeah, I think journey metaphors are generally more gentle. And I think that's also something that I came up in a focus group I conducted as well, that it's much more of a journey. It's, and I think the idea of fighting something, I'm not quite sure if that's so, it can be quite empowering. Maybe you fight certain aspects of the eating disorder. Maybe you want to fight the obsessive component of it, and where you feel oppressed by that. So that might be helpful. You want to battle against obsessive, maybe you want to battle against certain parts of the disorder where you really think, I'm stronger than it. I don't want to be controlled by this obsessive part of it. That might be helpful. So it's not, you know, there are different aspects coming together that are then in themselves a representation of eating disorder. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's my, like from the top of my head, that's just my response, you know.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you again, Laura, for your talk. Want to say something about lunch break?
So now we have the lunch break, which is scheduled at 1, and we will be back at 2:30 for poster session and parallel session. So see you later.